All right, guys, welcome to YouTube live stream, Facebook live stream. My name is Chris O'Connell with Fox 29. I am here in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. I'm going to give a few minutes for people to join our stream because there are some big developments in the manhunt for Danelo Cavalcante. What you're seeing now is the response of a reported sighting on the sites of Longwood Gardens that has been the focus of the search heavy for the last 24 hours after a sighting there yesterday. You probably hear search helicopters above. There were some weather issues just a little while ago. I think they moved the helicopters around, but from what we understand, there was a sighting on the grounds of Longwood Gardens. We believe it was all a FBI agent as well as others who had physical confirmation of him. And massive response, one of the heaviest responses, most targeted responses we've seen so far in the last 9 days. It has been 9 days since the escape of Danelo Cavalcante. And as we take a look, Brian Z Live videographer is with me today. As we take a look we are on the corner of Longwood Road and Conservatory Road. If you know it, it is on the grounds, the western grounds of the famous Longwood Gardens. And we can see what we're seeing with our own eyes. State police about every 100 yards with their long guns out. We saw a huge response come in, tactical gear, very similar to other responses we've seen over the last 9 days. But what was a little different about this one is our sources are saying that they had the physical sighting, they had the helicopter above and had him cornered at least a specific location. And judging by the helicopter that was flying above at very low altitude, that would seem to align with what we were hearing, that they saw him, they know in the general vicinity where he is, and now they're once again trying to squeeze him out. The helicopters that were here searching, they did fly away just for a little while. It looked like there was a storm nearby. Some of our helicopter pilots we had to move away from the area. We had to ground our helicopter just for a little while to let this nearby storm blow over. But you're looking at live now another major response from what we understand is a physical confirmation of Danelo Cavalcante on the grounds of Longwood Gardens. Longwood Gardens was evacuated, closed down last night. Brian, maybe show over here. This is the grounds. Over here, the grounds of the Longwood Garden. That's where they're at right here. When the first response came, we saw all of the state troopers and other law enforcement come from the command center, which is up in Unionville, about 3 miles away. Another force of showing, they all went into the grounds of Longwood Garden here. And then that is where probably, I don't know, maybe a half a mile in is where we saw that helicopter hovering at low altitude. That was about an hour ago. The response is still ongoing. We have a couple people in there saying that they are close. Just to let you guys know, I'm going to be stepping off this feed in about 15 minutes to do a live report for Fox 29, but I could tell you this is the most heavy response we've saw, the largest response we've saw so far. And what makes it interesting and probably that works in the advantage of law enforcement, we had a chance to go on a tour of the command center today, the Joint Command Center in Unionville at a local fire department. It started out as a trailer. Now the whole fire department has been transformed into a temporary command center. That is where they have their maps. That is where the communication. That is where they're dispatching the aerial support. And today we heard that it was today, day 9, the largest law enforcement boots on the ground response so far. More than 400 law enforcement are on the ground today, and we've been told that's been the largest response so far. So take a look down the Conservatory Road. On the grounds of Longwood Gardens, you see, again, as it has been for the last 9 days, a very tense situation, with every reported sighting, especially one that is a physical and confirmed sighting. From what we understand, we haven't heard that yet from law enforcement, but judging by the response, we've been around here long enough. We know this is something serious. We know it is something that that was worth responding to. See more search helicopters. You will hear the helicopters in the air. When they need to refuel, they will refuel or dispatch from a field, like I said, about 3 miles away from here, or go to a local airport to refuel. But there has been constant, especially since the sighting last night. The last confirmed sighting of Danelo Cavalcante was on these grounds yesterday at noon. That is when someone saw him. Some trail cameras backed up that information. So the last physical confirmation of the sighting was yesterday on the grounds of Longwood Gardens. So this morning when we had our briefing, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens told us that they felt like they were close, but they also felt the frustration as well. And it was after that noon, and guys, sorry. What's that? Okay. And sorry, I can't read your chats today. I'm in the field. I don't have any devices to read your chats, but I am getting information. I'm getting texts from sources. So we did take a tour of that command center today, and yeah, and it was fairly telling. Here, let me just show you the perimeter we're at here. This is Longwood Road. Take a long look down Longwood Road. You see, this is kind of the perimeter. This is how they kind of establish an immediate perimeter when they think there's something they want to try to squeeze them out. They will station state police or any law enforcement by way of car, by way of person, by way of long gun, every so far. So you see a couple of them with guns, and then you bring it up here, and then you see another law enforcement here blocking the road for any pedestrians that are in here. That is an FBI agent. Just goes to show you the state, federal, and local response that has been just in force here for the last 9 days. So as you see here, the helicopters above, you see the flashing lights behind me, you see the state police with long guns. It is once again a waiting game in what has been a game of cat and mouse with the escaped killer Danelo Cavalcante. I talked to a resident who lives just across the street from here. And hey, Brian, I'm going to go talk to him and see if he doesn't mind. I'll maybe put him on camera. I'm going to walk over and talk to someone, a gentleman who lives across the street from here. I wanted to know, could I talk to you? Do you mind if I ask you one quick question just about living here? Brian, real quick. We're live streaming now on Fox 29. We were talking earlier. First of all, I got to mention the first rule. Your dog, what is his name?
Oh, it's Barrett.
It's Barrett. We always like to include the dog. What is your name, sir?
Jim Haran.
Jim, you live right across the street from the search area. You were in the search zone right now. You were away on business, and then you came back, and you knew what was going on. What's going through your mind now that this escaped killer could be hundreds of yards away from you?
It's crazy. I mean, it's kind of surreal, that this is going on right now. It's it's nuts.
People who may not live here, what is the emotion like? Are you frightened? Are you locking your doors? Are you taking those precautions?
No, the police have been great. I mean, they've been everywhere. They're stationed up in Unionville. I felt safe the whole time.
How long can you last here? Because it's been going on 9 days, and it seems like frustration is beginning to set in.
I think we're pretty close. Yeah. So, God willing.
Is tonight the night?
I think so.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Stay safe. Well, there you go. That is once again the human side of what's been going on, and it really is about the people, because this is affecting so many people, not only in the search zone. There are hundreds of homes in the search zone. This search zone is now 8 square miles, and it encompasses hundreds and hundreds of homes over several different Chester County townships. And the terrain, it is heavily wooded. People move here for that very reason, but it is now the reason that Danelo Cavalcante still remains at large. Take a look once again down Longwood Gardens as we stream live here on Facebook and YouTube. Thanks for joining us once again. We've been streaming over the last few days, trying to do it as much as we can, especially during these active searches, to show people what's going on, and especially to inform people who may be in the search zones about what's going on. We've been hearing from a lot of you. You've been giving us information. We've been giving you information on these streams, so we're happy to do it. And this is one of those times where information that you could probably only get right now by visual, because law enforcement is so busy right now trying to do their jobs. So again, just a reset. We are on Conservatory Road and Longwood Road, and I'm going to leave this feed just for a minute. We're going to keep the picture up, but I'm going to leave this feed to prepare for my 5 o'clock live shot. So stand by. Oh, yeah.
Do you? I go through the phone. I have a dongle. I have a amplifier.
And guys, I know we're still live on the feed. We're just getting ready for our 5 o'clock broadcast. As you see probably in a picture in your second, just another law enforcement. I believe that was a state trooper showing up. know we're live at 6 too, right?
I assumed, yeah, with this going on. Can't argue with that.
Did I hear anything?
Yeah, you got nothing?
Oh, there it is. Still not great.
You got the volume on there?
It's
I'll
all
try the
jacked
little
up.
switch on the side.
No, nothing. It's the best it is. It's just never good.
I know. It's definitely not. Oh yeah? Huh.
All right, guys, if you are joining our stream, Chris O'Connell from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, just outside the borders of the famous Longwood Gardens, where an active search now for Danelo Cavalcante continues right now. About an hour and a half ago, there was a sighting of who they believe was Cavalcante on the grounds by someone with the FBI and other law enforcement. They actually started chasing him, from what we understand, from what we hear from our sources at Longwood Gardens, on the ground at Longwood Gardens. But right now, no sign of him, no sign of capture, and you're about to see more law enforcement headed back to, we don't know if they're going back to the scene, back to headquarters, but it's just been a flurry of activity. And guys, I'm going to be on, if you're joining us on the stream right now, I'd like to, if you could join us on Fox 29 in just a minute, because I'll be doing a live report.
That's it right now.
Is there a producer at Fox 29 that could give me a time cue, please? Thanks, Don. Thanks, I appreciate it. All right, guys, I'm back on the live stream just for a few minutes. There is a active response. If you've been with us, we've been here for the last hour showing you this active response, a very heavy response, probably one of the largest shows of force over the last 9 days. And maybe because today is one of the days that has the most law enforcement presence on the search of this 8 square miles that is now the search area. And about an hour ago, another response after someone on the grounds of Longwood Gardens saw Cavalcante, including an FBI agent. And now that cat and mouse game continues with Cavalcante, the Brazilian national who was convicted of murdering his ex-girlfriend just a week before he escaped from the Chester County prison. He was also wanted for another murder in his native Brazil, but he is still on the loose tonight. once again, you're seeing right there, well, you were on your screen, both FBI, state police involved. As I was saying, there was more than 400 law enforcement on the ground today from majority of state police, but region-wide police officers, sheriff's departments, and other first responders actually volunteering in the search. But last night, after what they know was a confirmed sighting on the grounds of Longwood Gardens yesterday, they called in more law enforcement overnight. And they were up early this morning. Horses were in those woods. A arsenal of drones with different kinds of capabilities, both thermal and high resolution imaging. So you're seeing a live active response right now, and if you guys are joining me on the feed, I'm sorry I'm going to have to. Well, I'm not sorry. It's my job. I have to do a live report for Fox 29 on TV. So just bear with us for a few minutes. I'll return to this feed. Hey guys, if you are joining this feed, first of all, thank you for joining us here. We've been trying to keep you updated on the very latest. So right now we're preparing for a 5 o'clock newscast. We're in our newscast right now. We're just preparing for our report, so please stand by. In the meantime, we are in the middle of a reported, or actually, from what we understand, a confirmed physical sighting of Danelo Cavalcante on the grounds of Longwood Gardens about an hour and a half ago that prompted a major response here late this afternoon in what has been a game of high stakes cat and mouse over the last 9 days.
Where are we live?
Kennett Square. This flash shuttle probably. We'll just go straight in.
Cool.
They're right. I'll walk back. Yeah, we've got a gun. Like,
yeah, it's a weapon.
But keep in mind.
Yeah, these guys are good.
But isn't that like police MO? It's like He's got a gun. He's got a gun. Isn't it like, or you know, when you got a guy and like a headlock you down, it's like stop resisting. So we'll go into here.
You'll move out then?
Should we show the FBI? Is that what you think?
Good, yeah.
No, I mean here and there.
Yeah, let me just move this bag out of the way. So go in behind you first.
Yeah.
Just walk out one way or the other. light on the guy with the long gun down there.
And speaking of helicopters, we're hearing those above, we're seeing them above, and you see what we're seeing on the scene of an active sighting of Danelo Cavalcante. It was about 2 hours now. Once again, FBI agent and several others saw him and gave chase through the woods onto Longwood Gardens property, and that prompted out. They think they are close. We saw helicopters hovering very low. Keep it right here to Fox 29 and our Facebook and YouTube feeds for the very latest, guys. Yeah, we're on right now. Okay. Give me a second. Let me get back to YouTube.
Wanna go back to
Yeah, we're yeah.
Do you want to stay in IFB for this? Or
No. No, I don't. I'm just going to stay back here. All right, folks, I'm back on the live stream with my partner, Brian Zeli, today. Guys, just taking care of some business.
It's a great stadium. It really is. Yeah, it's a great. The whole complex is great.
Trying to answer a couple texts here.
That was a fun. Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure what. Yeah, it's cool too. And when you see, it's kind of like going to your first Flyers game. It's like when you see it in person for the first time, especially at the Union, you see it so close. Yeah. You see the footwork and how like physical these guys are. And you're just like, I mean, but they're not. It's their elbow and stuff. And when you see all that, I mean, it sort of brings it to life a little bit. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, when you go for a header, you get slam the head, and they're running for a ball, and they're stepping over each other. It's very good.
I can tell you that there is a heavier police presence within the last couple of hours at this intersection.
So, just to update everyone, we are in Longwood Road and Conservatory Road on the western boundary of the Longwood Gardens property. You see state troopers every, I don't know, 50 yards or 100 yards or so with long guns at the ready. Lots of law enforcement surrounding now, tightening this perimeter around the search zone. Just to give you an idea in terms of search zone, we are way inside the search zone. We're not on a perimeter. Northbrook Road was the western perimeter of this search zone, and we're probably, I don't want to guess, a mile or so from that, inside the search zone. So from the theory is he hasn't moved much from the Longwood Gardens property. And the sighting now going on 2 hours ago, an FBI agent, from what we hear, our sources tell me it was law enforcement, several law enforcement who saw Danelo Cavalcante, saw him with their own eyes, and started chasing him. Physically started chasing him. How far they were away, we don't know. The circumstance of all this is still unconfirmed. The information we are getting was from someone who was on the property inside Longwood Gardens at the time. So if you live around this area, you are going to be hearing helicopters. It was mostly fixed-wing aircraft through the night, but right now it is helicopters. You probably see some and hear some news helicopters as well as search helicopters. Let me give you, Brian, I think we do a little spin around.
Yeah.
We're going to a little spin around. First of all, let me just kind of give you a little quick walking tour of Longwood Gardens. Conservatory Road, that's one of the western boundaries of Longwood Gardens. If you're not from the area, Longwood Gardens is a very popular, world-famous conservatory, gardens, horticulture, huge attraction, the biggest attraction here in Chester County, right alongside the neighborhood of the Brandywine Battlefield, historic area here in Chester County. So for people outside the area, giving you little boundaries, Longwood Gardens is a huge, huge piece of property. I would say hundreds of acres, and they have all kinds of gardens, known for their lush landscape, their greenery, their plants, flowers, and also their fruits and vegetables they have inside that growing. So that I'm sure was of note to search crews here, the state police. Brian's here. So this is a Conservatory Road. This is one of the roadblocks. You're probably going to see someone be turned around here, but you have an FBI agent here. Longwood Road, Conservatory Road, but down that road, down Longwood Road, maybe after that car goes, you'll see another half a dozen or so state troopers dotting that roadway. You're seeing that's Longwood Gardens security office, who actually told us to move away. But they haven't moved in 2 hours. If anything, they have added more law enforcement. There's some local residents out here. You see there are some residents out here. This is a high profile story that's being broadcast in real time. So people here are interested not only about the story, but we know some people are interested in that $20,000 reward that is being offered right now. We actually know people who came here specifically to try to look for Danelo Cavalcante on their own volition to try to get that reward money, but state troopers are saying do not go into any kind of search zones or anything like that to try to get this reward. That's not the kind of help that they want. We weren't going to do this stream tonight just because not a whole lot was going on, but after about 2 hours ago when we found out there was another sighting, physical sighting, we felt like the need to bring this on live. Once and as I was telling our viewers before, you're going to hear me. I'm going to try to say as much as I know, keep you updated on this stream, show you the pictures as closely and as safely as we can. But I'm also kind of behind the scenes gathering information, answering phones, answering texts. So forgive me if I'm not talking the whole time. I am here. We made a commitment to be here with you, made a commitment to tell this story all the way through. We're hoping today's the day. I know residents and law enforcement are getting tired, frustrated. Not to say anything about their resolve. Spoke with a few of them who are dedicated to the task. We did ask how much this is costing the state. They did not have that number available. They did tell us that all the local municipalities that come here, regionally, any other mutual aid from anyone other than the state police, they pay for the local municipalities pay for it themselves. So it's not coming out of like one big, like a big pot. It's up to those municipalities to cover the cost of their officers coming. I think it's kind of what comes around goes around type of thing. Where help is needed, they give it. But no doubt, the cost of this entire operation was not lost on Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, who was running this operation. He also ran the operation on the manhunt for Eric Freen, the man who killed a state trooper in upstate Pennsylvania. He was on the run in the woods, heavy mountainous terrain for 48 days. He was a survivalist, so a little bit different circumstances, but a lot of similar things with this one. You might be hearing helicopters above. Some are asking about the search dogs. Yeah, they have all of that in there. They have horses. Once they have a confirmed sighting, just like this one, they bring everything. They bring all the resources that they have at their disposal. Like I said, about 3 miles from here is the command post at a Unionville fire station. That is where inside, we got a tour of that today. The story is probably posted on Fox 29 by now. Interesting kind of behind the scenes at this temporary command center with federal, state, local authorities, with all kinds of technology. They have a strategic zone where they kind of plan out what they're going to do with the operation, a logistic zone where everything that they have comes to them, and they figure out exactly what kind of resources they have, from personnel from all over the state to aerial support to meals and hotels for some of these officers who are coming in several days at a clip from out of town and having to stay somewhere. So it is a huge logistical operation. Not to mention, we are in the middle of a dead zone when it comes to cell service and data service. So Verizon and AT&T brought in some mobile units to that command center. So it is a massive operation. I actually posted a clip on Twitter if you want to see it too. Massive operation they are dealing with. They are also hearing the criticism from people who may say, why didn't they catch this guy by now? They understand there is frustration, but they also know that they have a job to do, and they're doing it to the best of their ability. And the outside noise, from what I'm told, they don't really listen to. And I will say, a lot of people, this is just my own observation, that many people who may think, why isn't this over by now? Shouldn't he be found by now? Maybe he should have. He should have never been out in the first place. So let's start there. But to be out here for the past week as I have, to see the terrain and see how many places to hide on just a single property. You could walk by a street, and there may be a ravine or a small tiny creek bed or drainage ditches that it's just so heavily wooded. So I get how it hasn't been that quick. So I could understand it. Do I wish he has been captured by now? Absolutely. But I think those who are criticizing the lack of capture so far, I think you owe it to yourselves to come out to the search zone and kind of look at the topography and look at what they're dealing with. So it's tough. Plus, not to mention, it's been a heat wave all week, very humid. So officers wearing heavy tactical gear and things like that, dealing with that kind of thing. So making sure these guys are physically fit to be able to do the job with refreshments and hydration and stuff like that has been an issue. All right, let's see. Again, not a whole lot of movement. Again, show you around just a little bit. We see a state trooper. You normally, don't see state troopers or any law enforcement holding long guns, semi-automatic rifles. But honestly, this has been commonplace over the past week. What they're doing is securing what they think is a perimeter right now. Pretty obvious that's what they're doing. If you just go down Conservatory Road and Longwood Road, see FBI guy here. Again, number of law enforcement, state, federal, and local agencies, and then we go down Longwood Road, you see more. And we could only imagine it just keeps going around the gardens, along the property of Longwood Gardens. The one thing that local residents here are concerned about is, this is a small community. It's a farming community. If you know Kennett Square, it is one of the largest exporters in the world of mushrooms. And this weekend, starting tonight, is the Mushroom Festival in Kennett Square. And this is the backdrop for Chester County's, of course, this town's premier event every year. It is a huge event, very popular event, well attended, and state police not only concerned, but they're acting on it, that they're adding a lot more security around the Mushroom Festival. They said they have a plan in place. The one thing they didn't want to do if they didn't have to was to close it down and cancel it, especially after the week these folks have had out here in Chester County, especially in the Longwood Gardens area. It has been a very stressful, anxious week. I have a minute or two. I'll take some questions if anyone you want to shoot anything in the chats, either Facebook or YouTube. I can see a little bit of the feed right now. As we bring you back up Conservatory Road, photojournalist Brian Zeli I'm working with tonight. Did we get him? As far as we know, no. And in terms of reporting a capture, we are only going to report a capture, an official report, when state police tell us so. Can you bring in psychics? I don't know. They may have. It's not unheard of. Daniel, quick update. We are on scene of an active search after a confirmed sighting of Danelo Cavalcante on the grounds of Longwood Gardens about 2+ hours ago. Prompted a huge response. And right now, tactical units, state police, and all kinds of law enforcement are flooding the woods inside a targeted area of Longwood Gardens after an FBI agent and other law enforcement saw with their own eyes Cavalcante running through the woods. They gave chase, they launched the helicopter, and from what we understand, he is still at large. They said they felt like had him cornered. That is from a source on the ground who is inside right now. Are police monitoring trail cams? Yes, they are monitoring trail cams, and there are many. There are many. Apparently, this area is flooded now with trail cams. How they use them, I think there are different methods. Some you physically have to go out to the cameras and pull the cards from them, and some of them that are done by mobile device. And it can alert you kind of like a Ring camera. But the reason why trail cams don't broadcast like that is because they need battery. So they keep them. It's only basically to take quick clips of video. So yes, there are trail cams, and they have been helpful in this case. A psychic, actually, Emily, that's not unheard of to bring in a psychic. When they say they'll use all available resources, they might. They don't. I mean, they may not take the advice, but you never know. Maybe this early in the game they may not, but I have heard of using psychics and lost children and lost people. Are dogs tracking him at all? I know dogs are out there. I don't know if they're tracking them scent-wise. From what I don't know if they're having this problem, but someone told me, I'm close to someone who has a canine, a law enforcement canine, the scent on the bloodhounds sometimes can be disturbed when there's so many people walking around. So the law enforcement doing the searches are disturbing the ground and messes up the scent of the bloodhounds. Will this mic get to the car if I keep talking? Just give me. Do I have the keys?
I think you got the keys.
I got it. Need some water. I'm gonna take a walk to my car real quick. Gotta hydrate. Gotta take care of myself out of here after all this. So, if I break up, I'll be back. It's just the microphone. I am on a wireless microphone right now, just to kind of keep the stream going. It is still closed. Yeah. kind of, yo, man. I'm just walking to my car, guys. Forgive me if I'm dodging a little traffic. A lot. There's tons of media here now. My water. So to recap, everyone, sorry I don't have chat up right now. We're in Longwood Gardens, day 9 of the manhunt for escaped convicted killer Danelo Cavalcante. And right now we are at a perimeter of a sighting on the grounds of Longwood Gardens, going on about 2.5 hours ago. Law enforcement here in mass. Just so everyone knows, I gave Brian back the keys. Never trust me with keys. So we're just waiting it out, guys, and thanks for joining us on the stream. Last few nights we've been just flipping on the camera, taking you along for the ride, how we're covering this manhunt, how we're covering this. Because so many people are captivated by this story, so many people here in our viewing area are impacted by this story. Not only the hundreds of residents who live in this area, who are gone through 8 sleepless nights, now going on 9, wondering if their properties are okay, wondering if someone will break in, wondering if one of their neighbors. Okay. Yeah. Brian's telling me now he's getting, as you heard me just go to my car to get something to drink. What has been very important here that cannot be overlooked is the refreshments and hydration of these officers who are standing and baking in their heat, in the heat with, their gear on, their tactical gear, their guns, and so Lieutenant Colonel Bevins told me that it was important. That wasn't just to have something nice to drink. They really have to stay hydrated and fit to stand this heat. And that's what you're seeing here, getting some refreshments delivered to them. In a few minutes, I'm going to be going back live on Fox 29. I'm going to hit some questions. When they saw him running, did they give chase? Yes, they did give chase. How far were they away? Where did they go? I don't know. But they, from what we're hearing, they think they know where he is in Longwood Gardens, at least approximately. Still hearing helicopters above. I'm going to check my my flight radar. It's kind of been an invaluable resource out here just to find out what kind of aircraft are above. And there's a helicopter that's just been circling to our circling to our west. But that is So if you're in Kennett Square, maybe you're in downtown Kennett Square. If you're near Anson B. Nixon Park, if you're near the Kennett Square Golf Club, there's a helicopter above you right now. If you're along North Walnut Road, that is the western border of the search zone, you may be hearing that helicopter. See more law enforcement showing up to the scene. Just to let you know, down that way is not only the some of the border perimeter of the main property of Longwood Gardens, it's also where a way to get to the command center, where there are many law enforcement there. So I'm not sure if they're coming for a patrol or just showing up to the shift, but there's definitely more law enforcement than less. Okay.
At some point, like that.
Does that shut it down?
It'll kill the picture for
Okay.
just real brief.
Just let me know.
You will stay up in the picture as well. Do maybe like 10 up.
Okay. Dan back at the station. Dan O'Mara, if you can hear me, I'm not sure if you're monitoring. Dan back at Fox 29. We have to switch a battery out, so our picture's going to go black for a little while. Not long, but just keep the stream going. Who's I guess someone with scissor lift comment. Eddie Haskell. That was crazy, by the way. Is he surrounded in a circle now? Actually, that's kind of the description I've been given by one law enforcement who's in there. I'm not sure how big the circle is. I'm not sure what the circle looks like, but I think, and honestly, if you really think about it, I think they believe he's been in a circle this whole time. It's just how big of a circle and where he was in it. So I can tell you, it believes the circle is tightening. How long am I going to stay there tonight? Not much longer. I'm going to be leaving here probably after 6:30. One of my other colleagues will be taking over. Shawnette Wilson is on the ground here with me as well. She is somewhere probably not far from me right now. Matter of fact, Shawnette, if you're listening, I got to call you. Thanks again for everyone for tuning into this stream. Gives us a chance to kind of give you updates real time when we get them. Gives you guys a chance to have a little insight as to what's going on, again, in real time. We can't give you all the information that you want to know, but we can get it to you as fast as we can once it's confirmed, and we can tell you what we're seeing. So, Brian Zeli on camera, looking down Longport Road. Gentleman right there in the shorts you see, he lives here. I talked to him a little while ago with his dog, Bennett. He was on a business trip earlier this week and extended his business trip because he knew there was a search party going on outside his house. Well, he finished his business trip and came home today, and guess what? It's still going on. And now, not only that, but just a couple hours after he returns, the focus of the search is quite literally in his front yard. He's taking it all well, as a lot of people. They understand what's happening. They don't like it. It's frustrating. Beginning to wear on some people. I don't know if someone got City of Chester and Chester County confused. They are different. Chester, PA is actually in Delaware County. And Chester County is half hour, oh wow, depending on where it is, but a little ways away. Someone asked, a beautiful place to live. Yes, absolutely is. Hey guys, we're gonna hey Dan, here we're going down for a second. We're going now. Go ahead. Chester City is the only city in Delaware County. Is that true? Yes, it is, isn't it? As someone who knows Delaware County trivia, I did not even think of that, so thank you for that little tidbit. Has the Governor Shapiro made a statement on this? I honestly, I can't say for certain, but I don't think that he did so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone?
Alright guys, I'm gonna log off and come back on. Check this out in a couple minutes. I'm gonna turn my
You want anything? We'll be there.
All right, guys. Just give you a little update. I will be having to jump off here for a live report for Fox 29. After that, or first of all, Brian, are they coming here? They probably should come here, right?
Yeah.
Just to like.
We're checking out a different location.
Okay. Okay. I think. Well, it's up to them. So anyway, guys, Chris O'Connell coming to you live from the scene of a reported sighting. Sounds like a physical confirmed sighting of Danelo Cavalcante on the grounds of Longwood Gardens. Chris O'Connell coming to you live on our feeds, our live stream on YouTube and Facebook. We've been here for now 2+ hours, where we responded, as did law enforcement in force by way of tactical units, state police, helicopters, and the like. We've been coming too familiar with these kinds of responses, and this was one of them today, after an FBI agent and law enforcement agents saw Danelo Cavalcante somewhere on the grounds of Longwood Gardens. Let's actually, maybe we can go into Longwood Gardens, just kind of show what it looks like in there. It's as you know, it's very deep woods, lots of plants, lots of bushes, underbrush, and things like that. This is what Longwood Gardens was kind of made for, so it makes for a perfect kind of hiding spot. Danelo Cavalcante was spotted a couple hours ago by FBI agents who literally gave chase to Cavalcante, but somehow slipped away yet again. How far he was during that sighting, how close they got to him, how many people saw him remains to be seen, but we're being told it's being described as they have him circled. So with all kinds of bloodhounds, canine units, and you can see down here part of that perimeter. If we could see some state troopers with long guns, they're off here to the side. So that is where, once again, we remain. Keep in mind, there has been more law enforcement today than any other day in the search for Danelo Cavalcante. State troopers told us today they called in extra resources overnight, mainly because they got information that they are closing in and they thought they had an opportunity to get him. And you are seeing the fruits of that right now after a response to a sighting. We're hearing more helicopters take off, and we're going to keep this live stream going for as long as we can. Good news is for law enforcement, the sun is starting to go down a little bit. hear another helicopter above. I'm checking my radar right now to see what kind of helicopter that is right above me. And that is, in fact, I believe there are two. Usually we're seeing one helicopter and some news helicopters, but above me it looks like there's two search helicopters. And I don't know, actually, Brian, can you show? I'm going to show people on the stream the app. If you don't have it, it's one of several flight apps. I'm just going to, if you could just zoom in, just let me know when you're there. So this is, the blue dot is where I'm at, right at Longwood Gardens, right? Good. Now I'm going to press on that helicopter that's above, and you can see the path. He's been circling over Longwood Garden for quite some time. Obviously, that is where they're searching for Danelo Cavalcante. We'll just take off the stream. You can see the path. There's another helicopter here. I have to look. I do believe that's another helicopter. And judging by that path right now, I'm wondering if there was some aerial support they're offering to the Mushroom Festival, that big party that they're having here, one of the premier events here yearly events here in Kennett Square. Of course, you know Kennett Square is one of the mushroom capital of the world, a huge export for mushrooms, and this Mushroom Festival is a huge festival for people in this area, and it was important for them to have that festival. And but state police, with guidance, they said they were going to give them heavy police presence and law enforcement support so they can have that festival. And if anyone could use a festival to get their minds off of things, it's the people here in the Chester County area. All right, so as I'm going to lock this camera down for a little bit. We're going to do our live report for Fox 29. If you're near TV, please tune us in on Fox 29. We will doing our live report. Also, you'll be able to see a little bit behind the scenes of that command center we were at today. Hold on for a second. Brian, can you call me? Thank you. Coming up on 6 o'clock, guys, and we are on day number 9 of the search for Danelo Cavalcante, and he is still out there. Although there may be hope, there is a heavy response to a reported sighting. A couple sources telling us the sighting consisted of an FBI agent and other law enforcement sources actually seeing Danelo Cavalcante on the grounds of Longwood Gardens and giving chase to him. What that chase consisted of, how long it was, we do not know. It was obvious and serious enough to launch a helicopter at low altitude. That helicopter stayed there for a long time at low altitude while other search helicopters flew above, and a massive force showed on the ground. But right now, 2+ hours later, there's no confirmation that there is a capture. I think, can you call me again? I don't know if I'm going to make it. Battery's dying.
Yeah.
Like,
Can cue you if need be.
huh?
Cue you if it dies.
Neighbors have now come out. People out here with their dogs, children, youngsters. They're all out here, and you know, there's a mixed bag of emotions on how people feel about the situation right now. People are kind of like.
All right, guys, I'm kind of listening in on Fox 29 right now, so I'm listening to 3 separate things at once, so bear with me. If you're still with me on the feed, thank you. We are still live streaming on the corner of Conservatory Road and Longwood Road, just on the western border of the Longwood Gardens, the famous Longwood Gardens. That has been the focus now of this manhunt for the last, well, really week, but over the last day it has been heavy presence around there after a confirmed sighting yesterday around noon and another one today around 3:30. That's my time frame. Forgive me if it's wrong, but it was sometime late this afternoon where an FBI agent and other law enforcement saw a person matching the description of hold on for a second. Tom, I do hear you. Thanks. I'm doing the live stream, but I do hear you. Sorry, guys. I had to talk to the station.
Share. I hear church bells going off.
Not sure I'm on mute. I'm just not talking all the time. Marcia, thank you. I'm trying to keep hydrated. It's really hot out here. But nothing like what these search guys are going through. At least I can duck into an air-conditioned car for a few minutes. Yes, Lenny, you do hear church bells. It's just a kind of a odd juxtaposition. You hear church bells at the top of the hour. Really nice church bells, but on the backdrop of a manhunt for convicted escaped killer. This is what I...
What's up, buddy?
Timothy, thanks for that shout out. I appreciate you. Hey guys, if you're still on the feed, bear with me. I'm about to do a live report for Fox 29 in a minute or two. So, producer, can you talk to me for a second?
There is cornfields, and there's undercover officers at different locations up the road here.
Did you Was that dead
Yeah,
for?
it's just
Okay.
a pause, I guess. Yeah.
Are they coming here, do you know? Or should we? I don't think we can leave without them.
Yeah, they're coming here.
They are, okay.
They were shooting something.
All right, guys, back on the feed here, YouTube, Facebook. Good man. No.
You don't remember me?
No.
Dylan Coyle's dad.
Oh, yes, yes. How you
been?
doing? Good to see
He's
you.
doing good. It's been a long time.
Yes, I know, yeah.
So I
How's he
live
doing?
out- He's doing
I
great.
know he's doing great.
I know.
They're in NASCAR, the whole
I
thing.
know,
Yeah.
So I told him, I said that my phone died. I said, I see Chris, but I'm waiting till he's off.
Oh, yeah. I'm live on the stream. That's good. Good to hear from people. I heard from a father of a friend of mine. Sorry, guys. As I keep telling you, this is a live stream. It's kind of raw. It's kind of it's not the most polished thing, but we want to keep a live picture up for you guys as long as possible. We are going to be stepping away. We're going to shut down the stream in a little while. What's that?
They just pulled in.
Okay. Wonder if I should.
We should do the same thing.
I don't know. That's not my call. Do you have a phone call? Oh, I got a phone call. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Yeah, I have no idea. What's that? Sean not here?
I think that's them.
I think that, yeah, they just pulled up.
Okay. I'll call one of them because I mean Marty has the east, which I feel like is the easiest way to do it, and with the
Okay. All right, bye. All right, guys, coming back to you live on the stream now. It is 6:16, and we are in the middle of covering a response from law enforcement to the physical sighting of Danelo Cavalcante on the grounds of the historic and very popular Longwood Gardens as the sun starts to set on Chester County. What we do know is a small army of law enforcement, including bloodhounds, tactical gear, long guns, are inside the grounds at a reported sighting. What been described to me as a circle around where they think he is, and you're seeing the outer perimeters of the circle now. And this came after a physical sighting from multiple law enforcement officers who saw him. They gave chase, and that prompted this response. And judging by, the last 9 days I've been here, this is a heavy response. This is if it's when there was a physical confirmation, that is when you get this kind of response. So we're probably going to have to shut this live feed down now. We have to get going. I'm not sure if we're going to continue this later on with Shawnette Wilson. She is going to be my relief here. So in just a few minutes, we'll be shutting this off. Thanks again, guys, for the feed. Appreciate all the love. Appreciate all the hate. We're all in it together. I don't care who you are. Yeah, I have to get going. Sorry, I got a date with my daughters tonight, but we will be in constant contact, and we have 2 crews on the ground here tonight. So stay tuned to Fox 29, fox29.com, our Facebook page. For now, we're going to shut this down. Thanks, guys.
Hey, it's Marty. All right, let's see if you can hear me on our live view. Yep. I don't know if it's not corn. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Nah, it's not corn. Corn. I know. Oh, that's because that's Keely. Steve, talk to me.
Keely's mic on his tie. Inside a truck.
Okay. Thank you much. And if I switch cameras, you still hear me there. You still hear me here. You still hear me there. You still hear me there. That's a nice shot of my tire, isn't it? That's. Okay. Thank you much. All right. Bye. One other thing I gotta do here is. What the hell is this? Gotta turn on that light.
What do you need? Anything?
Just trying to figure out how to turn this on.
Somebody said there's a button on the side.
There's one over here, but
So it just goes on like this, right? So see this doesn't stay. There's like almost a volume number over here, but I think this has to be plugged in somewhere. Okay? If you want, I can take a picture over here of what this looks like to you.
what's this down underneath here?
Right, don't get blinded by it. There's probably a dimmer over here, I'm thinking. All right?
Yeah, just look that up.
That's a dimmer for sure.
There's no light, of course, there.
Yeah. So you might have the on switch here, and it might just somebody might have broke it.
I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I'm sure Kathy Orr would want that, or Frederick. But I'm glad. What are you saying? I can't if we don't have that light, we're screwed.
No.
I told you I don't even need to be on camera. Do you hear me? We can just switch out. I don't ever. Let me tell you something. When I'm on in the morning, I never go on camera because that's the story.
Yeah, I know. But just they want you up for the.
Oh, boxes.
Yeah. So
Oh, that's fine.
I can do just that, right? Like.
Very, very good. I thought you were just trying to see something. I didn't know you wanted that light on for the live shot. Do you need me to put the jacket on because the shirt's not washed out?
No.
I don't mind doing that for a hit. Get this out of the shot. I forgot I want to be on. What is this, wrestling that's leading into us?
Yes.
I was wondering what I was listening to now. Ford Longer Gardens closed till further notice.
I wonder how many weddings they had planned there that
Exact. Can you imagine?
canceled.
Or even a wedding photo shoot.
Yeah.
You know.
Candy cakes? Yum.
You know those, right?
Oh, yeah.
When I was a kid, they didn't sell them in the summer because no stores had air conditioning, and they would melt in the store. And when I was a kid, they came in wax paper, and it was like folded over.
That's fun.
It was like your mom made it for you. But they were only sold in the cold months. And then I guess technology, preservatives are a way to keep it from melting. Plus, Wawas and everybody else got air conditioning. But when I was a kid, we'd froze them in the freezer so they wouldn't melt, and we kept them. That's how we had them in the summer. We would buy them in the winter, freeze them. Is it our shot streaming now so they're hearing us? Is this mic up?
Yep.
This mic's up? Alright, so everybody's hearing about your candy cakes. Candy cakes. Thank you, Abby.
out again. And I turn it up right about there. My check.
Keely in the live truck. Keely in the live truck. Mic check. I hope we're not driving home in a downpour.
Minutes. Oh yeah, we got a thunderstorm coming up behind us. I'm gonna pop you up. What did you say?
I'm not even listening. Oh, I see.
I couldn't find. I still can't make her out.
Yo, switch that off for this. I don't want them. All right, thank you. That's what she wanted. She wanted this shot up because it put me on there for her feed is not. Nobody wants to see that. wedding receptions, religious ceremonies, and proms are not permitted at Longwood Gardens.
You got your mic on there? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
So